I don't know. Something's been happening. For the last few days, we've been having lots of crazy power outs and very temporary, still kind of alarming. But today is Monday, and oh, by the way, I'm the Ocean, and this is my charming co host. It's actually his show. This is Cowboy. I'm just, you know, I'm just here to run the camera and pay the bills and do the talking parts. He's here to purr and be atmospheric and adorable, and he knows he's adorable. Okay, so yes, okay. So Mr. Cowboy is here, my Lyran assistant. Right? Are you Secret Irma Man? Okay. So there's my little boy, and purring like a motorboat. So here we are. So here we are. I'm doing card reads tonight. Once we get enough people, I'll pick out a card. One, you only get one free. If you want more, it's gonna cost you. But but I'm at Cash App at $Ocean Diana. I'll be looking to see it. But otherwise, you can get one free card. Hi Tanya. Hello, babe. How you doing? Everybody else hasn't shown up yet. You found me quick. You need a card, I guess. God, it was hard to get on. Every time I tried to upload a picture for a thumbnail, the app shut down. And I thought I wouldn't be able to get on, but then I just let it go. And said I'm not going to bother to put on a picture. I'll just let it go without it. And lo and behold, it worked. So I don't know. Great to see me. Oh, good to see you are still around. I've been so worried about you sometimes. I really, every now and then I was thinking of you. I was thinking, gee, I hope Tanya's okay. Because you were in a spot. We won't go into it here. A lot of people been in spots lately. So, you think the red works? Hey, Garnet, how's life? Not just toys. Oh, thank you. Thank you, not just toys. Yeah, my Cash App is $Ocean Diana. So that's a commercial. My commercial. If you want to donate to the cause, which I really wouldn't mind. I would really love that because we've had some expenses this month. But anyway, I'm here to do card reads if you're interested and give any kind of advice you want me. As you may or may not know, I'm a shamanic medium and I know a lot about the spirit world and a lot of other paranormal things. So you can ask me questions. You're broke? That's okay. It's okay. It's not required. He wants kibble though. He's like and some cat treats. Oh, here he's doing his thing. Look, he does this. He does this thing where he uses my thumb to pick his nose. Thanks a lot, cowboy. Yeah, that's one of his famous moves, right? Yeah, he's something else. Oh well, thanks. He is cute. He's adorable, but he's funny. He's really funny. We've got shorts of him on here, and he's hilarious, really. Um, Veronica, hi. Hello there. Okay, I better get the cards out, huh? Who wants a card? Yeah, well, your first card's free. The first one's free, little girl. Did you get a natural Scorpios? Oh, dang. I forgot about that. I've had so much going on. Scorpio, Sun, Taro. And you know what I did? No, you know what? That's what happened. I wrote it down wrong. I wrote it down wrong. Let me see if I can write it right. If I can write it right, right? It's down as Scorpio Sun Scott. Not Scorpio Sun Taro Scott. That's probably the problem right there. I think that was the problem. Let's try it again, shall we? To get it down the right way, then maybe I have a chance of actually getting there. Scorpio Sun Tarot. Okay. Now maybe I can find it. I think I did try once and couldn't find it, and then forgot to try and figure it out or something. Anyway. Oh, you subscribed. Thank you. Oh, well, thank you, Lisa. Lisa Art. Hello. Okay. Anybody want a card? Say, yeah. If you want me to read one free card for you. Oh, you only have 15 minutes left. Sorry. Oh, Woo Rider. Woo Rider was the first to say it, so he gets in first. Unless Veronica, if you only got 15 minutes left and you want a card, I'll do one for you right now. Oh, one wants to come out. This is for you, Veronica, because you have to leave. Lightning, power. Interesting. And then we'll do woo. Woohoo. Woohoo. Woo. Do, 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 do. Lightning. Power. Right. 89. These are relatively new cards, so I don't have them memorized. I had a struggle getting in today. Man, I had to fight this doggone YouTube app to get myself in here tonight. I was supposed to come on much earlier. Okay. And there's your card, by the way. That's what it looks like. It's real pretty. Let me see what the advice is. The power available to you, the force of life itself, is neutral. It's neither inherently good nor bad. It's how you utilize it that will determine whether it's ultimately harmful or life giving and congruent with the will of spirit that pulses through you. What is required is awareness of your intention, your values, and your willingness to act on them under the particular circumstances of your inquiry. Although you may see yourself as using this power for good, do not allow yourself to get caught up in the duality of good or bad in determining your decisions or actions. Through prayer or ceremony, you can tap into this spiritual force, and by paying close attention to Spirit's prompting, your choice will ultimately be revealed to you, one that is beyond your typical perspective. From there, you can continue to access this divine power that is the very force driving the universe. Okay? Richard the Red! Richard is in. But look at that. It's the rather tall English biker man. All right. Woo is next. And who is... How you doing? Oh, Lisa Art has to go too. You have to go by Sep It Up the host. I was going to give you a card too, but if you have to go, you have to go. I understand. Sometimes I got to go, and then you don't want to pee your pants. No, I'm kidding. Okay. Staying off the grid. Good luck. Good luck. Fantastic gay glasses. Wonderful gay haircut. Are you kind of obsessed with gay? What's wrong with you? Freaking staying off the grid. I don't know. How long have you been? If you're so obsessed, you must be. Or is somebody up past their bedtime or in their mom and dad's account? That's what I think might have happened. You're in a bigger person's account, aren't you? Yes. That's what's wrong with a little staying off the grid. We'll fix that. Okay. We'll fix that. So, you timed out for a little while, love. And think about your life choices, okay? Sorry about your luck. Sorry about your luck. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Now let's see. Deepu wanted a card. You know what I got to do, though? I got to get my other device up so that I can control things better. Deep Woo, you were supposed to do something about that. You're a mod. Mr. Mod, you're on the mod squad. Yeah, I'm going to have to go on my other device here. YouTube is giving me troubles. It's giving me all kinds of shit. Here we go. Richard the Red. Oh, you had your fuller work done, tore up, and you haven't seen your cat? Oh dear. His name is Patches. Do I see anything? You mean, can I tell if your kitty is okay? Okay, hang on a minute. Relevant. Let me see. What's up with the kitty cat? Vulnerability. Well, that doesn't start out very well. Let me look in this particular deck what that is like. Is that going to help us any? But I tell you what, I'll take out my pendulum, if nothing else, and we'll try and get to it that way. Okay. Says you're in a place where you can take risks with your feelings, and even more important, take risks with the truth of who you are, the truth you know in your heart and soul. You no longer need to be subjugated to your conditioned fears of letting others know who you really are. Yes, others may judge, evaluate, criticize, perhaps even put you down. These are very real possibilities, but trusting that you have the strength to deal with these reactions rather than responding adaptively and always playing it safe, you can more confidently allow yourself to be vulnerable. Always holding back from expressing your truth can create an illusion of safety, but armed with trust and your faith, you can choose to be vulnerable and share your authentic self with the world. I don't know how much that says about the cat. What I will do, but that's your card, what I will do is get out a pendulum, see if we can track down anything. How about you? You want to be a pendulum today? Okay. Now, let me calibrate it yet because I've never used this one for a pendulum yet. It's my little octopus. You going to be a good pendulum? Give me a yes. Okay, that's good. No. Give me no. Cowboy is a nice little girl cat. That's right, cowboy is a boy. And it said yes. No, he's not a girl, he's a boy. So, see, the pendulum knows. Obviously, the pendulum is not a libtard. Just saying. I'm kidding. It was a joke. It's just a joke. Have a sense of humor. Okay. Is Kitty okay? Is this person's kitty okay? Yes, the kitty cat is okay. Is the kitty cat just outside somewhere? Stopped swinging. Oh, there we go. Looks like probably the kitty cat is outside. At least that's, yeah, what it seems to be saying. So kitty cat's just outside. So kitty cat'll be back. Kitty cat'll be back. Might have just gotten scared because the cats don't like changes. When everything was getting changed around, the cat might have said, "Whoop, I'm out of here for a while." And then when things calm down, we'll be back probably. Okay? Okay. Because kitty cats are, they just don't like, they just don't like changes. Mine, when we're changing things around, if we're moving anything or changing furniture, he hides under the bed. He just don't like it. I mean, you got to realize we're great big giants, and they're little tiny kitty cats. And when things move around, they can get hurt. And their instinct for some of them is just like, get the heck out of the way, which is smart. You know, I mean, you don't want them in the way. Okay. Really? Okay. We always get one little troll. How do I feel about the Iran conflict? Hi, Babita Diel. Um, thank you. Where is Cowboy? Oh, hang on. I'm trying to catch up with the chatters. There he is. There he is, sleeping it off. Sleeping off a chicken dinner. Sleeping off chicken dinner. There, he says, okay, I'll be cute. It's going to cost you extra, though. Going to cost some extra belly rubs. That's okay. I got plenty of belly rubs for you, young man. You're just purring a storm up, aren't you? Purring a storm up. My little baby cake. Your Uncle Richard wanted to see you. Yeah, he must have been outside or he's hiding because of everything being torn up. That's what I'm getting. I think he's okay otherwise. My cat's pretty loyal. You know what? I can bribe your friend for a steak. Maybe even a piece of cheese. Cowboy's pretty loyal. I don't know what this bit is about loyalty. But I do know that dogs and cats have a little different system. Dogs are basically a kiss up system, literally. They kiss up to the top dog, you know. That's the way they're built. And if you're the top dog, you're the one that they worship, you know. That's the way they're built. That's the pack animal type. They're not pack animals. They're they can hunt in loose family groups. Well, usually close family, actually. Tell you the truth, but they're not actually a pack. So it's a little different. But you know, Cowboy and many cats I've had very loyal. They always come back. You know, they're out and they're running around, they're having all kinds of fun, but they always come back. So I'm not quite sure about the loyalty being a dog strictly thing. I don't know. Um, Crow sends his love. Very meh. You've been meh. Oh dear, Richard. Richard, that's sad. My condolences. Yeah, kind of makes you think about your own mortality And even worse, if it's somebody younger than you, and you really think about it, it's like, oh dear. You know, we got to keep in touch with people because honestly, stuff can happen. We got to do some wellness checks and stuff. From time to time. Oh, Tanya, if you're listening, yeah, PayPal is working, but Cash App is much easier. It's $Ocean Diana. Um, okay, what do I think about the war in Iran? Let me answer that question. Then we'll go on with cards or whatever, okay? And you can remind me who's going to need a reading or whatever. But let me answer that question for Wu, because it is kind of important. Iran's not what you think it is. Yes, they're important. It's important that you get a bunch of fanatical religious people who feel that the way they please their God is by killing all the infidels, all the unbelievers who are already dropping bombs on 12 other countries around them, everybody around them, who put a girls' school right next to a military site, who chants death to America. I mean, the idea of letting them have a nuclear bomb when they believe that literally killing all the infidels will bring their God. We can't let them do that. That's one. Yeah, but that's only one layer. That's just one layer. There's more layers. There's a lot of things going on over there people don't understand. And I kind of hang back from saying it, but Middle East is a place where it's a gateway area. That's why it's always contested. There's more than just oil there. There's ancient technology. And it's important. And unfortunately, a lot of stuff over in that area is very lizard infested, if you know what I mean. So there's a lot more going on there that they can't admit to. Nobody can say, because you can't just say, yeah, we're fighting crappy lizard parasites over there, you know, that are controlling these countries. Because really, you see what a lot of people don't understand about the parasites that are raising hell, literally trying to raise hell here. They don't really care if the place is radiated. Radiation doesn't bother them that much. It's no biggie. It hurts us, but they're not worried about it. So if the whole place ends up radiated, they'll just take over the planet and la-di-da. It's bad for us, though. It's really bad for us. Now, that's going to sound crazy, wackadoodle, and wild, and maybe like some kind of fear porn, but don't worry, because we got friends in high places, literally. And as you know, I'm a contactee. We are not going to be let down. We're not going to be allowed to perish that way. What's happening now, it's got to happen. There's no other way. Trump's doing what he has to do. I do not feel he's doing the wrong thing at all. But he's trying, I mean, you're not left with much of a choice. I know doggone well he doesn't want war. It's I'm very good at spotting patterns. Very good. And I'm pretty good at character, at looking at the way at people's character and how they behave and when they behave out of character. It's not really in his character to want a war. He would rather do things through tariffs and stuff. That's why he's been doing the tariffs. He doesn't really want violence, boots on the ground, anything like that. If he's doing this, it's because he feels he absolutely has to. And there's no other way. So, and people can get on my case about that because I know a lot of people in my profession, my line, are very liberal, and a lot of them, I hate to say, they're very TDS, but that's not a good way to be because you have to stay neutral. And I'm not a Democrat or a Republican. I'm pretty neutral, but I'm telling you, it's not in his character to want to have a war. So he's got a really damn good reason. But if you ask me, I think he's already made contact and he cannot talk about it because it's forbidden. That's why he was standing there saying, "Oh, Obama shouldn't have said that. No, that's not allowed." I heard that coming from his lips, yes, because Obama said, yeah, there are aliens. Yeah, Obama already disclosed and admitted, yeah, there are aliens. That's one of the first things I asked. And when Donald Trump heard that, he said, oh, he shouldn't have said that. That's not allowed. I'm like, they're right on the edge of having to disclose. Why? Because we're right on the edge of seeing them with our own eyes. It's coming. I keep telling you, it's probably it's going to be this year because it looked like it started feeling it on the end of last year. And I said probably by the end of the year or maybe early in this year. And it's already started. Yeah, stargates and portals, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, Baron is much taller than him. If he's a clone, somehow got to be a much taller clone. Why can't countries sort out? That would be a lot easier, wouldn't it? That would make some sense, but I guess we left that behind a long time ago. But I don't know. Trump is not a Christian. Well, he says he is. But what exactly is going on with him? Well, am I a Christian or not? I believe that the one that people call Jesus, that was a real person. I believe that person, that wasn't his name, because there was no J back then. I believe that he's an ascended master. I also believe that the God of the Old Testament is not his father. You want something really controversial? The God in the Old Testament was not his father. Once again, look at the character. By the way, his name was either Yeshua or Isis, depending on where he was. Some people knew him as Isis. Some people knew him as, which makes sense because the I later became J. But look at his character and the character of the Old Testament God who wanted to war with everybody and wanted the Israelites to run around in a desert for 40 years and kill people along their way, in some cases every man, woman, and child, and even the cattle. You know, that was a war god. And I know I'm being very controversial, but this is my show and I can do it, okay? I can be controversial. That was a war god. I think was Enlil, or one of Enlil's kin. I think that's who Old Testament God really was. I think Eden was a lab. Honestly, I do. It's piling up. Am I a Christian? Do I believe? I believe he's an ascended master. I've met him, but he's an ascended master. Now, I also have to tell you, he was an extraterrestrial. And he didn't come from here. He's in this world, but not of it. He was in this world, but not of it. That's what he was trying to say. And his disciples probably were star seed types too. I mean, you know, the attitude is so Pleiadian. Well, he might have been a Pleiadian. I'm kind of thinking his attitude is very Pleiadian. But is he son of the God of the Old Testament God? Heck no. That's not his father. Obviously not, because him and the Father are one. Well, then, are they like schizophrenic? I mean, how can you look at one and see the other? It doesn't make any sense. It just never did to me as a kid either. And as a kid, I got into lots and lots of trouble for having that opinion. But that's been my opinion my whole life. I just couldn't always say it because I didn't want to get hurt. There are people who still kill you for that, you know. I can't have an opinion everywhere. Yep. This boss here, is this a real stream? Have you been to very many unreal streams? There are unreal streams, huh? Is this a loop? No. Yeah, I mean, hi Elderberry, how you doing? The boss here. Spider Bite. How you doing, Spidey? Yeah, Persia is whoa, yeah, pinky up. Elderberry. Oh dear. I didn't see you come in at first there. Trying to, you know, when I get busy explaining things, I miss some of the chat, so please don't get mad. Yeah, I said that from the beginning. I said, look at Melania. She is not. Look at her. Look at Barron. Do you really think that they're just humans. Like, look at that family. And Melania, how many times have I said she looks straight up alien? She looks straight up ET. I would not be surprised one bit if Melania was a Pleiadian royal. That would not surprise me in the least. She's a weirdo and fucking odd. She's foreign. And I think the foreign kind of hides the fact that she's also foreign, real foreign. uh, Actually, I don't think so. I think she really is a woman, but I think she is from. I don't think she's from here. I don't think she's hiding a sausage, though. I don't know. I'm not getting that. I'm very much getting that from Mikey, though. I really do get that. I always wondered. From the moment I saw Mikey, I said something's wrong with Michelle. Michelle, there's something about her. I'm not getting quite the same from Melania. From Melania, I got ET vibes all the way. That might be the weirdness that you're feeling. Oh, well, thank you. Meet the beat. Okay, thank you. Weird oddball, Melania. Well, she's very foreign. Big Mike has a bulge. Yeah, I'm sorry. Women don't have that kind of bulge. Sandra Bullock is a bloke. You know what? I often thought so. I often wondered. The arms. I saw a picture of her and the arms. It's like, those aren't woman arms. Yeah, there's a lot of them that I think did not start out to be what they're portrayed as. Adam's apple also. Yeah, you know what? What are you going to say about some of these women with Adam's apples? It's not a feminine trait. Look, I don't have one. I got no sausage. Well, I got one in the stew pot over there, by the way. I've been sporting my red hair and getting ready for tomorrow, and which is St. Pat's Day. Not that I'm celebrating chasing the snakes out of Ireland exactly. I am part Irish, and it's, on my mother's side, there's a little bit Irish, and it's a good excuse to wear red hair and eat corned beef and cabbage, which I love. I made some really lovely corned beef and cabbage. So, yeah. Jamie Lee Curtis, I wonder about her too sometimes. I wonder about her. Your mom's 95th birthday. Oh, wow. Wow. Congrats. That's a cause for a party right there. Wow. Macron's wife is a dude. I'm sorry, flat out. I could look at him and tell you. That's a dude. It is a scrawny little dude. Okay? A scrawny, mean little dude. Sorry. If, that's mean. If that triggers somebody, so sorry about your luck. That is my opinion. And I am in America and I'm still allowed to have one. Macron's wife is his handler. Probably. I think she beats up on him. And I think he likes it. Yeah, he does kind of look like a little E.T., doesn't he? Eh. And she is obsessed with thinness. Obsessed with it. Yes. Hive. Or hoof. Hoofy. Or maybe it's a wife, a husband. Maybe it's his husband. I don't know. Or a hive, yeah. You're funny, Woo. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely, Spider Bite. A husband. If we can't have a laugh over politics, we can't have a laugh over nothing because politics is crazy. Politics is crazy. And so paranormal these days. I think Trump 100% knows there's aliens, there's ETs. I think he knows the score. I think he knows about the extraterrestrials and the interdimensionals, and that's why he's the one that pushed through Space Force, because he knows damn well. But you can't tell. You're not allowed to. He said that right out. He said that right out when Obama admitted it. And the way he answers it, the look on his face, when somebody asked him, he goes, well, I don't know about ETs. Yes, you do, Mr. Trump. Yes, you do. Yes, you do, Donald. Oh, you do. But you can't say it. I understand. I got you. It's okay. I understand. He's been acting weird lately, Trump. Now, I have come to like him. I was a never Trumper at one point. I was a lot more liberal then, too. But gradually, I'm like, yeah, he is the only one that could have done what he did. He's the only one that could have gone through what he went through. And what they put him through, you have to have a really tough skin and a lot of money. There was nobody else to do that job. Just think about what kind of world it would look like if we'd had Harrison Waltz. Ah! I mean, Harrison Waltz would be like, I'd be looking for someplace else to live. I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be anywhere in the Western world. I'd be looking for somewhere on the other side of the world, frankly. But Australia is no good because their rulers are too, mostly. Eh. You don't trust Trump? I trust him as much as I trust anybody, really. I don't trust anybody completely. I think his heart's in the right place, though, and you can fight me on that. I don't care. You can disagree, but I think his heart's in the right place. I think he really does love America. I really do. But he's Trump. That isn't going to negate his personality, but somebody with a less bold personality would never have been able to go through the gamut of stuff that they put him through. And it was 100% imperative that commie law and Tampon Tim did not win, you know. And he has done so many good things. I don't know how many good things he has to do for people to get over it already and say, yeah, he's a good person, basically at heart. How many good things does he have to do? I mean, he's already mediated for peace in, you know, what? I think at least 8 different places. And he's done things like when the Iranian girls soccer team would not sing their song at the Olympics. They were in danger of being killed, you know. And they asked the Australians, the Australian government, for sanctuary, and they wouldn't do it. And Trump said, will you please give them sanctuary? If you don't, we will. We'll take them. He is not a heartless person. What I think you better not trust, though, is the people who think, who did not stand when he actually asked point blank, whose side are you on? Do you work for the American people or for it? Basically, to paraphrase, you work for the Iranian, do you work for the American people? Do you work for illegal immigrants? And, you know, people who, it's very obvious. There are some of these people who don't care for us, who are not caring for the American public. Those people need to get out. We need to get them out because they're violating their oath of office. They should not be in office. Yeah, Biden molested his own daughter. Commie law, oh my God. The vacuous word salad girl. Tampon Tim. It would have been, you know what? The fraud would have been embedded and we'd never get rid of it. If they'd got in, it would have been just like locusts. We've already got locusts eating our tax money in the form of people doing fraudulent things, and many of them Somalis. And may I remind you that Somalia's chief export is piracy. Piracy, yeah. That's what Somalia does. Piracy. And of course, they are Muslim. Now, I've known some very nice Muslims, but they don't chant death to America. You know? I mean, it depends. Like, there are some Christians that are like that too. Actually, there are some Christians that believe that if they make the world a bad enough place, Jesus Christ will come back and it'll be the rapture and, you know, bring heaven to earth. Now, here's the thing. So these crazy people are going, TikTok God, I'm tired of waiting. We're going to do some stuff to get you to come. You know, because we're just tired. We're tired, we're bored, we want. And, you know, Iran's over there like, we're trying to kill the infidels. Allah. We're trying to kill them all. We just don't quite have enough bombs yet. When we get the nukes, we'll do it, you know. But there's Christians like that too that feel that they're going to bring Jesus. Now, they think that somehow God is so corrupt and so awful and so nasty that that's what God wants. God. I believe that that was really God. Whoa. What a fallen God that is, right? I mean, think about it. There's some Christians who feel that way too. They're going to bring Jesus. At TikTok, we're going to bring Jesus. Jesus going to come. And then they have the hubris. Not only to try and call God, yo, like he's some kind of servant. You're coming. We're going to force it. But then they're going to sit there and think that they're good guys and they're going to be part of the number that's going to be taken to heaven or whatever. Right? I don't know how much sicker it can get than that. Okay? How much more goofy in the head? I don't know. I guess it's possible. But if you think that you, after destroying the world and turning it into shit, that you're going to be one of the number that's going to heaven, and that's the kind of God that your God is, it's like, whoa, that is dark. That is very dark. But it would fall right in line with the parasites, wouldn't it? If you were really being run and manipulated by the parasites, it'd fall right in line with it, wouldn't it? And doesn't that explain everything? And wait a minute, all of these religions are Abrahamic religions. They actually come from that land, from that part of the world. And there happens to be, yes, a Stargate there. Oh my goodness, there's a Stargate there. Okay, if you think it's just a, if you think this is just a fantasy story, a science fiction story, that's okay. And we'll just take it that way. We'll just state it that way. It's just a science fiction story. This isn't real. If it helps you sleep at night. I've known about Stargate since college. I don't know how I know. I don't know how I've known. But I knew. Before even the movie showed up, or the series, I kind of had this this thing about Stargates. And actually, I was writing a story about it. Turned out to be almost the exact same story as Stargate the movie. And my friends noticed because they saw me write. They knew I was writing this story. And my friend Donna, who was proofreading my copy, said, "That's your story." I'm like, "Yeah. What's going on here?" So how did I know? How are we both getting? Well, you see, sometimes information like that is a drop, a download, and it gets downloaded to whoever can catch it, right? Whoever can receive it. And they could actually act on it. I, at the time, was a little slow. Cultist Psyche! Hello, Psyche. How you doing, babes? Oh, check my email. Okay, I'll be right back. Hang on. Emergency email. Okay, hang on. Emergency email on my tablet. Ba-dum-ba-dum. Ba-dum-ba-da-dum. It never gives me the stuff I want. All mail. All mail. Deborah Diane, I don't see you. Why are you not? Okay, I'll search. Hang on. Okay. It's not showing up. Well, that's weird. Let me look in spam. Did it somehow get in spam? There's nothing in spam. How is that possible? Okay, that's very, very strange. That's strange. I don't know what to do now. All mail. All mail. No. Watch me get it late. Oh. So how you doing, Psyche? Look, as soon as I get it, I will. Um, as soon as I get your email, I will contact you and hope you get it. Hi, Lisa Art. Yes. Let me catch up a little bit. Right. Now, here's the thing. Trump did release the Epstein files, but it didn't go the way the Democrats wanted it to go. That was so funny. He's in there as a whistleblower on Epstein and Ghislaine. Oh, did that backfire? Oh, that's gotta hurt. Oh. Trump was the whistleblower. Yeah, that's why he's the one that probably got him started looking at Epstein. Oh, there's some people that are just, they're trying to figure out a way to do damage control because their people are in there. Oh yeah, Billy Boy is in there. Bubba, President Bubba is in there, and you know, Black Messiah is in there, and a lot of people are in there. Oh, it's bad. It's real bad. And you know who else was really good friends with him is Billy Bob Gates. Gates, one of the most evil men who has ever lived on this planet, I think, just about. Hmm. But Biden, yeah, she wrote about it. Okay, Richard, you can think whatever you want to think. It's a free country. Even where you are, I guess it's free enough that you can think that. I mean, I'm not going to argue with you if you think that's if that's your truth. You got a new hobby. Good vibes. Okay, cool. Lewis Papercraft. Can't force the demiurge to do anything until he started airgunning Richard. What? Ocean's emergency. Please check the mail. Oh yes, I read that. Yeah, Stargate was a good movie. I'm kidding. You got to have the faith, the faith, the faith. I just saw you. Never buy an English air rifle. Never buy an English air rifle made. Listen. Okay. Of course the Germans do. Okay. I can't click that link from here, but maybe I can here. No, it won't let me. Doggone. You have a McCavity? Oh. Oh, okay, Lou. Is this Lou? Okay. F Kitty, I was going to do card reads, but this has been so much more fun. We're discussing politics, and I know I'm not supposed to because I'm a spiritual person. It's tough. We are in a spiritual war. I will tell you 100% this is not just a flesh and blood war. We are in a spiritual war. This is spiritual. Our politics has way crossed the line a long time ago. Like they say, we're not fighting just against flesh and blood. There's bigger stuff going on here. There are people who are parasite controlled. Parasite mind. They got parasite mind. And if you ask me, Iranian leadership, parasite mind. You know, in my head, there's a meme. Because every time one of them stands up and says, I'm the leader. And you know what? We're going to beat your ass. And then he gets blown away. Because they can't. You know, I'm sorry. The United States is too big for that. But how ridiculous politics is right now. That's what I guess it is tonight. Hey, Daniel Berry, how you doing? Oh, Narnia movies. Okay. Narnia. What can I say? I got a guide named Othello who is a giant white flying lion with great big bird wings. What can I say? Obviously, Lyran. I guess their name is the Irma with a U. That's the species. Yeah, Jizzy Lane. Jiz Lane. That's what we call her. Son of a lawyer, yeah. I'm kind of behind, so let me catch up. Never buy an English car or rifle. Okay, I won't. Iowa State Cyclones. Okay. Davodzi. Negative energy feeders. Absolutely. We wrestle not with flesh and blood, but principalities. Yeah. Energy vampires. 100%. Absolutely. Oh, Tinko requires her treats. Yes, our furry alarm clocks never miss a tick, do they? Look at this one here. Speaking of which, he's going to charm you now by being ultra specially cute, and he wants a belly rub. He's kind of kicking me and saying, Mom, when you gonna rub this belly? I've had it turned up for a while now. I've had my little belly rolled up. I'm kind of kicking you to get your attention. Why ain't the rubbings commencing? It's better. It's better, human. You need to love me, Mommy, 'cause I'm the baby. I'm the old baby cat. Yes, you are the sweetest little kitty. I love you so much, baby. You are. You're such a sweet little boy. You are. What do we do about a kitten that cute, huh? An old kitty that thinks she's just a kitten. An old kitty that thinks she's just a kitten. An old cow cat. He's an old cow cat. Nothing wrong with that. He never rode a horse, but he's got the hat. He's a cow cat who's never seen a cow, except for in kibble and peek-at-chow. Fill his food bowl up when he says meow. Being a little kitty's okay. Being a little kitty's okay. It's pretty good, huh? Pretty good life choice. Now, how can I stop petting him? He's just so cute. He's just such a cute baby. He does. He loves his mom. He loves his home. He has a good kitty cat life. A really good kitty life. Don't you? We'll put the camera on him a little more. You see, he is doing an important service right now. He's lowering your blood pressure. See? Such a little love cake. I'm a lucky woman and he's a lucky kitty cake. He's got a mom that spoils the living daylights out of him. He is. He's totally magical. When he rolls into a certain position and his spots magically turn into 2 hearts, I'm like, how do you do that? He has to have just the right position, and all of a sudden he's got 2 hearts on his back. On his side, actually. It's so funny. And he has a butterfly on his forehead there. Yes, you do. Little fairy cat. You know what? Your whole problem is you're too cute. If you weren't so darn cute, Mom could get on with business here. It doesn't matter. I love him. He's my baby. Okay, anybody else got anything that they want to say or talk about? You cannot pass. You shall not pass. So, been doing a lot of paper craft lately. You'll have to show off some of your paper craft sometime. You like my shirt? This is specifically for spring. And pretty soon I'm going to put up my spring backdrop, which is going to make it look like I'm sitting in a forest. You know what? Thing is, It's been cold. And freezing my ass off in the backyard in the snow is probably not an option. Now, yesterday we had, or was it yesterday? No, the day before? Yesterday. Yeah, hard to believe. It was like 70 degrees, 72 degrees. It's getting down to 20 tonight. And snow. That's Ohio. Ohio in the wetlands. You got summer one day and winter the next. Do you remember in Monty Python and the Holy Grail where seasons were all screwed up? Remember that part? I think we're living in that right. We got Monty Python weather out there. Ohio always has Monty Python weather. Yeah, it got a little warm and then it went back to cold again, and then it's going to get a little warmer, but not that much. Oh, the killer rabbit. The Vorpal bunny, we call him. The beast of Antioch. Or something. But, you remember the holy hand grenade of Antioch? Countest thou not to 2, nor to 4, something like that. Countest thou only to 3. 1, 2, 5. No, 3, sire. 3. Boom. That was a great movie. Very low budget. It was amazingly well done for how low budget. It's obviously very low budget, but they worked it right into the script. It's great. That was great. Bring out your dead. Oh, I feel happy. Oh, God. It was only a flesh wound. It's only a flesh wound. Yeah, that's great. Yeah. Now, I swear that will get my interest in a man if you start quoting Monty Python. Uh, I might just be interested in you. They got a 15-minute city up and running in the UK. Really? Oh dear. So it started there. That doesn't surprise me. You saw Spam a lot. You got to see Spam a lot. Oh, you bitch, you bitch, you bitch. I hate you. No, I love you. But I would have loved to see that. $100 free days to leave the city, $25 to visit it. Then it is $93 per day? What? Oh my God. $93 a day to live there? $25 to visit. Is that $25 to visit, or you have 25 days where you can visit it, or I don't know. Okay. 25 days of free visits, then it's $93. So they're giving people 3 months basically to get out. Wow. How would you like that? And then it's $93 a day. Okay, me not being a big math whiz, anybody got any idea how much that is per month? Well, 365 days though. 365 by 93. That's a freak of a lot of money. Oh, wow. Oh, that's to leave there? I'm so confused. Here's my baby cat. He's sending positive purrs out to everybody too. Here, I'll rub his little belly. He'll be extra cute for a few minutes. Aw, he's just purring like a motorboat. Such a sweet kitty. Love my kitty. Anyway, okay, I'm going to have to read up on that because down with the sickness 19. Oh, wow. Dolly! Hello, Dolly. Well, hello, Dolly. How you doing? Sure you can, sweetheart. Sure you can. It's just that everybody else wanted to talk and nobody said they wanted a card. Everybody else was asking questions. If you want a card, just let me know, guys. And did I do woo or not? I can't remember. Woo, if you're still around, you want a card, holler. And remember, I can miss chat because I'm doing stuff here. And chat is little. It's tiny. Okay. Yes, we've got it. Okay, so we'll do some cards. Andrea. This is for Andrea. Now let's see. There it is. Whoop. Tried to fall out. Oh, winter solstice. Reflection. Interesting. Let's see. See, I have wanted this. This is the Earth Magic deck. And I have wanted it for at least, how many years? Like something like 30 years. And somebody just gave me one just now. So the intention I set 30 years ago finally came. Like a couple of months ago, somebody just walked in and said, "Hey, would you like this?" It's like, yeah. I think it's even out of print or something. So, winter solstice. It's just, there's such beautiful cards. You know, and then there's they're really beautiful cards. Let me find it. It's really weird when I have had some of my manifestations take 20 or 30 years to manifest. Like, and I remember when I put it into motion, I'm like, it took that long? Reflection 155. Yeah, it took like forever. But I did ask for it. I have a cheetah statue that I saw when I was a kid. I have it now. I know it's the same one because it's cracked in the same place. It's repaired in the same place as when I first saw it at a furniture shop, and it was marked down because they had glued it back together. And then years and years and years down the road, I see it in a thrift shop, and I'm like, get out of town. Of course, solstice is the longest night, and we just had solstice, winter solstice. Review the past year and ask yourself what is the most important lessons you have had to learn, what you have accomplished, what dreams and visions you want to manifest in the upcoming year. Has it been a relatively smooth ride or a challenging series of events? Acknowledge your experience as being the work of Source, no matter what your judgments, fears, or joys are. Honor whatever has happened over the previous several months with gratitude and forgiveness. Then let it go. Allow yourself some solitude so you can spend some quiet, slow time in reflection. Once you feel complete, reflect on your present life, especially focusing on what you are grateful for. When you are finished, consider what is to come, all the different possibilities and potential that exist before you. Allow your imagination to roam without limitation or ambition and see what shows up. Notice how you feel in your body when whatever scenario plays out in your mind. These are previews of what is gestating and can manifest and grow when cared for properly. Patience and stillness is called for here. For just as the earth cycles have their own pace, so does this circle. Ooh, that sounds pretty good, doesn't it? So, and I'm guided to say, look at what you were thinking about around the solstice. What did you set into motion at the solstice? It's coming. It's a coming. Okay? Let's see. Yes, please at least hit the like if you cannot contribute money. Remember, I'm Ocean Diana, both on PayPal, and I'm also Ocean Diana on Cash App. I'm Dollar Ocean Diana on Cash App, though $sign Ocean Diana. But only one N in Diana. But let's see. But these are free one cards. If you want more cards, please contribute. Let me see now where chat is. Where is chat? Candace Owens. Candace Owens is really cool, but she's been a little weird lately. Oh, burning food. Geez, you gotta go save that. Andrea Hector. Finn Benza Dole. Really? Yeah, the horse paste is, I tried to tell people, and so did lots of people said, horse paste. Ah, okay. Um, okay, I think Richard was in first. Woo, are you still around? Woo asked first if Woo was still around, but if Woo is not around, I think we're going to go to Richard. We'll just go down the line. Richard. Richard. Richard of the Invisible R's. Step forward. There it is. New moon wishes right now. Promise. Real pretty card. Promise. Very nice, very nice. Let's look it up. New moon. 110. 110. Okay. Here we go. Gazing at the silver of the new moon. This is the time to launch a project, a new relationship, or renew something that has been put aside for a later date. With your intention and willingness to allow a full cycle to complete itself, that which you desire will manifest. I keep talking about manifestation. The seed of that idea is ready to emerge from the darkness of your subconscious into your full awareness. The next step is to put into action that which is required to fully realize this idea. Something's about to happen. Something's about to come. Something's about to manifest. A promise has two meanings. It can be a commitment and guarantee to yourself or someone else that a particular thing will happen, or it can imply that something specific is expected to happen. When your will is aligned with the will of Spirit and your intention is focused upon what you wish to have happen, there will be fulfillment and the promise is kept. That's pretty good. Pretty good. Try the Umarex Clop BB version. Oh, God. For some reason, my head will not even wrap around whatever you're talking about right now. I'll have to read it in a few minutes. Let's see who was next. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to do Lewis because I can think of Lewis. I'm going to do Elderberry. Going to do Dolly. Who else is here? Who wanted a card? Please speak up. Did I get Faith? Just speak up, guys. Me. Okay, let me do. Okay, I'll do Elderberry first. Then I'll do Lewis. Elderberry. Elderberry. Oh, Elderberry. This is for you. DNA. DNA. Karma. It's odd that they put DNA and karma together, isn't it? DNA. 47. Okay, karma. Here we go. Sanskrit word implying greater universal law of cause and effect. Aspects of your soul entered your primitive physical self long before you had begun to take form. While the DNA that you inherited from your biological parents was a physical component, it also has a soul pattern that came together in the creation of you. You are predisposed to follow the karmic dictates of this patterning to some extent. Yet, as you evolve in your consciousness and expand the light of awareness, you can make choices that shift and modify this ancestral design. This is one of those times you can feel the tug of your soul that is both ancient and karmic, yet you also recognize the persistent and loving communication from your higher self that contradicts the more familiar solutions that before you. The choice is up to you. Destiny and fate. Destiny and fate, which are a little different. Destiny and fate are not quite the same thing. Mama. Okay, Lewis. And please, Faith, if I hadn't got you, please speak up. Because I don't remember. I'm lucky I remember anything when I do these things. I kind of fly away. Oh, your screen froze. Darn. Okay, just take a moment while I'm shuffling to rewatch. Okay, Lewis. Lou. Hey, Lou. This is for you. Fire, passion. Fire, fire, fire. Passion. What? Oh, the spoiled kitty. Spoiled kitty. Spoiled kitty is saying, you should be petting me. You do have a hand free. He thinks if I have a hand free, it should be petting him. 62. You are just something else, Mr. Cat. Okay, fire. What are your passions? What turns you on? What ignites the inner flame? That creative spark. When you feel devoid of passion, consider what is missing in your life. It's most likely an absence of the fire in the belly. Something that makes your heart beat faster and quickens, what, your pulse, your breathing? Passion is not something that comes from the outside of you, although some events and circumstances can trigger it. It is an intensity of feeling, whether quietly experienced or enthusiastically expressed. Passion can simply be a strong feeling, or the sensation itself can be so powerful that it motivates you to act. This is too often associated exclusively with sexuality, which is certainly one way of experiencing it, yet the limits in its meaning, it's really demeans it, the broader possibilities. Oh, I can read. It limits its meaning and demeans the broader possibilities when you limit it just to sex. Open yourself to the truth of what you are really passionate about and find the means to express it. And if that's papercraft, good for you. Maybe it's telling you you're on the right track. Okay, now, who is next? Dolly or Spider Bite? Let's see. By the way, Lou, there's the card. Oh, did Emmett make it in? Hi, Emmett. Okay. Dolly, this is for you. Ah, okay. Lightning. Lightning again. Isn't that interesting? Lightning, I read it, but I'll read it again. Lightning is power. It's an enlightening card. Isn't that funny how some of us get the same thing over? And we have all these cards, but 89. All these cards, but sometimes the same ones come up. We are heading into the season of lightning storms here. I'm looking forward to that because I love watching them. Lightning is power. The power available to you, the force of life itself, is neutral. It's neither inherently good or bad. It's how you utilize it. It's in the way that you use it. Determine whether it is ultimately harmful or life-giving and congruent with the will of the spirit that pulses through you. What is required is awareness of your intention, your values, your willingness to act on them under the particular circumstances of your inquiry. Although you may see yourself as using the power for good, do not allow yourself to get caught up in the duality of good or bad in determining your decisions or actions. Through prayer or ceremony, you can tap into this spiritual force, and by paying close attention to the Spirit's prompting, your choice will ultimately be revealed to you, one that is beyond your typical perspective. From there, you can continue to access this divine power that is the very force driving the universe. So, lightning power. Now, the next one is Spidey. Spidey's still there. Annie, are you okay? Are you okay, Annie? Okay. Fibro, yeah. I have it. I love you too, Dolly. I miss you when you're not around. This is for Spidey. Spidey! Come on, y'all being too smooth. Where's Spidey's card? There it is. Oh, cool. Activation, wind. Wow, it's been windy around here lately, I'll tell you that. Been windy as F. Activation 152. $152. The lethargy you feel is a result of a lack of activation. In other words, something that stirs your senses. This could be anything from walking outdoors, feeling the breeze on your body, or inhaling different aromas that nature herself provides. Or it could be finding the pleasure in a warm bath that helps you release the tension and the stress from your mind and body. Calgon, take me away. Music may activate your hearing, which sparks the pleasure centers in your brain. Art may activate your emotional responses. The touch of another human may activate a deep need to be physically held in some manner. Once again, now is the time for action. Engage in some activity and be fully present so that you forget about your surroundings and enter into that timeless and multidimensional experience of union with the focus of your creative attention. Let your physical body be active. Movement alone, whether quietly dancing by yourself or hiking up that hill over yonder, will require you to be as present as possible in your body. Enjoy. It says you need something to kind of wake you up. Wake up your body. Wind. We got wind here, let me tell you. Okay, who's that leave? Anybody? Did I get everybody yet? Well, then you need to do some hiking. How about one for me while y'all are trying to decide if I got y'all out there? Did I get y'all? I guess I did. Okay, unless somebody speaks up, I'm going to say I got y'all. You're welcome, dear. Now let's see. What about me? What's my message? We'll get one for me. Is that one? Cave. Sanctuary. Isn't that interesting? Cave. $23. There is a quiet, still place inside of you that will always be available as a sanctuary, yet finding such a space in the natural world will enhance and complement this internal place of peace. Whether it is a cave, meadow, forest, seashore, or any other setting in nature, this is where you can see, hear, and feel the presence of the Creator in your surroundings.
Let it become a temple for your heart and soul. Rather than having your computer, television, or any other human-made device or activity be your sanctuary, allow yourself to discover the perfect place in nature where you can simply be and breathe. Doing so bridges the connection between the internal and the external, facilitating a spiritual communion that allows your being to be aligned in dramatic and quiet reverie with all that is. In today's busy world, it becomes even more critical to set aside time for sanctuary, even if you have to schedule it. Actually, I have been thinking of my place outside that's so pretty with all the trees and the animals and out there and back in our backyard here. That little place back there. I have been thinking about it a lot. And if once we get past where I'm going to freeze to death out there, I am definitely going to be doing more shows from out there. Don't worry about that. Um, but I'm going to have to lug all this equipment out there because I'm going to have to take also energy source because my phone is old and it eats battery really, really quick. So if I don't keep it plugged into something, it just dies. So doing stuff outside is great, except there's nowhere to plug in, and we're not even allowed to plug in to anywhere that's not in our own apartment. So I have to do some planning. I'll have to take a couple of power sources. I'll have to take a power source because I need to take my tablet out with me. So there's some extra logistics, but yeah, I'm going to go outside when the weather is good. Yeah, we really do need nature. It's important. Um, we are a part of nature. People forget. People forget. We're part of nature. We're a set. We're a set. I'm putting the cards away for now. Um, Anybody further wanting some cards, just let me know and I'll pull them back out again. But I'm going to put them away before they get spilled or something. And besides, my little Manx mellow over here is just daring me to pet his belly some more. Yeah, that's the only thing. If I'm just going to be out there by myself is one thing. If I'm going to be trying to stream out there, there's logistics. And sometimes, it's not on the Wi-Fi, so walking sticks keeps the snakes at bay. And a hat. I have my hat. Kind of an Indiana Jones type hat. Shaped sort of like that. Hey, kitty cake. I know, you're being extra here. Might as well just leave the camera on the cat. It's who everybody wants to see anyway. I like this top that I'm getting to wear it. It's my spring sweater. I just got this one like recently. I couldn't resist having the irises. It's got my my favorite blue irises all over it. Look at that kitty. See, I could get a whole bunch of views if I just train the camera on him and have a cat cam, right? And just watch him sleeping and purring. Okay. I probably missed a lot of chat, sorry. Yeah. How have you been, Dee? I'm up and down. I got some pains and you know, stuff like that, but I'm going. I'm still going. Uh yeah, we're gonna have flooding pretty soon out here. Look at that kitty, that little loaf. Odyssey had to be bandwidth, person, and all derivatives. What? I understand the feeling, Elderberry. You have a good lay down and rest up. Sweet dreams are made of these. He can tell you about sweet dreams. I have been having weird dreams. I don't know about y'all. Spiderbot, you know what? YouTube has been doing, and autocorrect has been doing, or autofill has been doing all kinds of numbers on me since forever. Autocorrect is just terrible. Gee, sweet voice, here's a storm a brewin', prepare. Take care, Barry. Yeah, it does mine all the time. It drives me up a freaking wall. He doesn't have any problems. He's not even got opposable thumbs. So he doesn't type anything ever. He just telepaths it to me. Mostly it's food, belly rubs, love, when are you waking up? Put food in a bowl. My box needs changed. I'm telling on you. Wake me up at 5 in the morning. Mom, I'm hungry. Look at that belly. Look at that white belly. You just can't help it. Just can't help but touch the fluffy white belly. Little fluffy belly. See how deep my fingers go into his fur? Look. Look at that. Such deep, soft fur. Yeah. So soft. Silky. How can you not? How can you not? Ah, catastrophe. Are you trying to type catastrophe? Catastrophe? Oh, that's sad, little Tingu. Yep, mine have been really weird. Spider leaping at your face. In your dream or in reality? No, you know what? He doesn't get Meow Mix. He gets only Crave. Meow Mix is not that good for him. He gets Crave. He gets the good stuff. He gets the stuff with real meat. He gets the stuff with real meat and no grain, because grain is terrible for cats. And that's why he's lost weight and he's much healthier. He's got really nice fur. We completely fixed a lot of his problems. A lot of his issues are completely fixed and he's pretty healthy now. He had tummy issues when I first got him. By the spider, Kitty, we need to talk. Kitty, I'm not kidding. We need to talk. If you're having dreams about spiders eating you, I know something about that. That's not just a dream. That's because you died in that version of reality. There is a place where they have those giants, but actually, that's a whole nother can of worms. I had those dreams when I was younger. When I was a kid, like I said, I was in the GATE program, Gifted and Talented Education. Yeah, it was really some kind of a secret op. You can look into it if you want. I'm not going to go into the details. I can't remember much, which is because they make you forget. But I was in that program. And I have been dealing with that recently, trying to get myself free of any programming that I might have acquired at that point. I used to dream of the giant spiders all the time. There are spider aliens, by the way. Kitty, did you know? They're not positive. They're not positive beings. There are spider ETs. And the kind of scenario you're talking about, I don't know how to go to I don't know how to go through it right now. We need to talk. You know, all of this is going to come out eventually. All that we've been put through. They've been keeping us dumb. They've been keeping us ignorant of what's really happened to us. But some pretty awful things have been perpetrated on this planet. That doesn't mean you're powerless. You're not. Actually, I think before I go, I will do some kind of blessing. I will ask for some kind of blessing for everybody. Maybe right now. Let me see if I can. There's so much going on. I can understand how it can get pretty dicey. It can feel pretty dicey. Yeah, the spiders, they don't seem to be very positive. Good for you, Kitty. You know what? There are people that are associated with certain types of things. But yeah, I remember having those dreams. I had such bad nightmares that I didn't sleep through the night as a kid most of the time. I was sleep deprived all the way up for until I got actually till I managed to live on my own. Then I finally got some sleep. But yeah, the spider creatures, the spider ETs, not positive. Hi, Crow. Yeah, that's a good idea, cleansing the house. Aha! There you go, Kitty. You figured it out. That's stirred it up. Yeah, if somebody's going to bed out there, sweet dreams. No giant spiders. Um, I haven't had many actual nightmares so much as just, they're not exactly nightmares, they're just unsettling dreams. But they're not nightmares. But I have had a few unsettling dreams. Let's see. I'm going to ask for a blessing. for everybody, because we are at a real we're at a real pivotal time in the world. And as you know, I have been contacted by people from the inner earth, ETs, interdimensionals, um, what we'd think of as dragons, but they're actually um, mentioned in the Bible as seraphim, I guess. The fiery ones. They're back, and they're going to help us. So we're going to be getting a lot of help. The seraphim ain't no joke, really. The seraphim, we would consider them to be like bright shining dragons, that they would look like a dragon to us. But they're seraphim, actually, I guess. They're the good dreams you get are Sasquatch, bears, cats, and your nurse crush. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Let's see. Oh, we got a blessing. I gotta quiet my mind a minute. Otokoon kayan bakkarige buforian at koko periga. Vikoto bukoraker muntia. Bakaramarmis kanamni bakorian and got a colorium. Ikotum bakkarida barikaria. Varia boria. Orra yadaria. Varra ayahar. Varra karagayama. Varum barira corium. Percoroi poriar. Parkara, paria yaroro. Pargaria. Pari koros foria, pora, parayaragato. Forrai, I corgoriana. Icaro cor, caramani, caram, forboria. Pukar Maria Carm Codos, Cotios, Barbari, and Caragara. A Macaracoria. Forrai, a Macoro, Corgara. Ibaracaragia. Vara, a ray, a gara parai, caracaramira. A Macaro. A Baracago, Baracago. Baracago. Varocoro. Paroia. Papakarik boko umagak ababeriga. Pekarader. Per abria. Varia. Variam. 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 One last varium. That seems to be the closing of a prayer. I think varium is sort of like verily or so be it. And the message is something like, I know it seems that you're in the middle of troubled times, but you do have many helpers around you, and all you have to do is ask. But please remember that some of us cannot act without you asking. So please do ask. But we're with you. We will not leave you. We're here for the long haul, so to speak. And the rest is a blessing. So most of you have a spiritual entourage. Don't forget to contact them. Most of you have a group of angels. At your behest, they will do what you ask, as long as it's within universal law. So don't let them languish. Put them to work. You can send healing even if you can't physically be somewhere. You can send help. You can send purification. You can talk to the weather. If you think of the weather as spirit instead of the scientific view, it was necessary for a time, but it distorts the truth greatly. And many times it ignores the truth. There is much more than they allow for. The physical realm is just a reflection. And this is why it's been said for thousands of years, the physical realm is an illusion. But you can shift the illusion. Don't be afraid. In fact, fear is one of your biggest enemies. It feeds the negative ones, and it incapacitates you. So, fear not is actually some very good advice. I close my eyes, I feel like I'm going to drift off somewhere. Yes. Your angels are your angels. They're actually an extension of you, you know. And then there's the Ascended Masters. They're always there to help. And then there's your family, your spiritual family. Not everybody's had good run-ins with angels, I guess. And not everybody believes in angels to be good things. But remember, angels were not fluffy in the Bible at all. Um, and the whole concept of angels is actually, I think it started out in Zoroastrianism, these beings with wings. That's a story we're told anyway. Yeah, I'm beginning to get tired. It's late here now. It's getting late. 2:21. If I'm going to be on this late, like I said, I'm going to have to get an Elvira wig and find some low-cut tops. Well, here's an interesting thing. It even talks about there are angels and there are fallen angels. There are some angels that are trustworthy and some that are not. And it's like that with every species. So what you do, listen to me. This is how you take care of it. When you call the beings for help, you say, good beings of truth and love that function within truth and love. Evil ones can't answer that call. Insist that they function within love and truth. Huh. Elvira would be a good costume for Scary Karen. No, Elvira will be something different. She's a late night movie host. Oh, you did? Interesting, Spidey. Just to let you know they're there. Hey, Psyche, help. What do you need help with, Psyche? I tried to find your email. It's not there. I don't know why I don't get your emails till later. Go on down, baby. Okay. Did you hear him answer me? Meow. Okay, Psyche, what do you need? Come on, we're good people here, brother. You can speak. What do you need? These people are nice people. Don't be afraid. Can't share the link. Let me see if I can. Well, you're a mod. Can I see the link? Yeah, but I can't click it. YouTube is such a... What's wrong? I can see the link, I can't click the link. Can anybody click the link? by how it works out. That's how you know. That's why mom and dad, cosmic mom and dad, divine mom and dad, whatever you want to call them, my real parents, they told me to learn to know them by their energy because everything else can be faked. First of all, how do they feel? If they feel different from how they look, that's a sign. Another one is you insist that they must be operating within love and truth. You insist. If they cannot do that, they're gone. Okay? Now, I remind you, you have a spark of God. Therefore, you have authority. You are not powerless. And just don't agree to anything. Some of the negative ones will try to make a deal. Don't agree to deals. Yep. You know the tree by the fruit, so to speak. Yep. I hate to say, but mine do. Well, mine do. Although the legion of angels that I have that go out and do stuff, they don't sit around talking to me. But I do know some archangels that will, and some ascended masters who definitely will. But my angels just stand around waiting for me to direct them. So, whatever trouble Psyche's having, will a few angels peel off and go help Psyche with whatever the problem is there? The posts. Okay. Yeah, they're service beings. 100% true that. Angels are service beings. And to such an extent, well, we have different opinions then. I know that in some way they're an extension of myself. My angels are an extension of me somehow. Although I can't. You can share your experience, Kitty. Oh, yeah, there are many good beings that help us. I'll look into it. I don't mind. You can have a different opinion. You can see it differently. I just know it works for me. Okay. What were you talking about, Kitty, that was the thing? It seems like everybody's having some kind of thing go on at once here. Psyche, calm down and just spit out what's... Oh, spiritual attacks. Spiritual attacks. Okay. I know what works. Yes. Actually, what you think of as dragons aren't dragons either. And they're certainly not my dragons or not my Draco are not Dracos. Although Dracos are called dragons. I mean, there's a lot of confusion. I am pretty much sure that in the Bible, every one of the cryptid races, every one of the ETs, probably mentioned in there under a different name than we know them, because a lot of them aren't very well described. But they're under a different name. Like the Ankeen, they're the Anunnaki. So these beings, just because they didn't describe them as 8-foot tall reptiles doesn't mean that they weren't. It just means they didn't describe them. A lot of them they didn't describe hardly at all. So, occult sacrifice? Eh. Okay. Okay, so is it somebody you know? Is it somewhere near you? Someone you know, or just something that we need to send energy to? It'll give me some clue here. I can work with that, you know. We can send some energy to it, whether that be in the form of what we're calling angels or whether that be in the form of some kind of protection. I know there are some pretty horrendous things going on in this world. I know that for sure. Oh, goodness. Okay. Already sent a couple. Whatever the matter is, whatever the... So they're near you and someone you know? And you can't call the police? Well, that's right. You live in California. California's rough. Okay. Trust in Candace. I don't trust Candace. I don't trust Candace. She seems to have gone a little nutsy after Charlie's death. Charlie, I think, meant more to her than she's saying. But she's been weird since Charlie died. Really weird. So I don't trust Candace 100% either. I really like Candace Owens, okay? Really liked her. But she's been weird lately. A lot of people have been weird. Tucker Carlson's been really weird. Megyn Kelly's been really weird. A lot of people have been weirding out on us. Mm-hmm. I trust him to be who he is. I trust Trump to be who he is. I see the pattern there. I trust him to follow his own pattern. Um, oh, I watched her. Yeah, I've watched her. I've seen some very odd things, though, coming from her lately. Ever since Charlie's death, it's like that did something to her, and I don't know what to think of it. Charlie's death did something. She's still a deeply investigative reporter. I don't know what to think of it, though. Yeah, I heard Tucker, well, came up with some batshit stuff. Yeah, that's what I mean. Right now, we're in a very, very tumultuous time. Tucker came up with some stuff that sounded kind of batshit. I don't know if they made him sound that way or if it was totally native, but we're living in, and they can make things look different. You know what? The way that you phrase things, the way that you cut things, the way that you paste them together, they can make things look different than they are. I understand that. So I withhold judgment either way until I get something clear on them because we don't know what the full background of some of this is. I know that Trump can't say everything. He can't. He does not dare say everything he knows. I keep seeing this look in his eyes like when he can't, I got it when he can't talk, when he can't say something, when he's holding back something, he gets a particular look in his, and he gets very mild. He gets very mild. That's when he's holding something back. See, I can spot. I've seen enough of him now. I can spot the tells. He's holding something back. But is it for a good reason or not? That's the tricky part. I think a lot of times it's for a good reason. I think he can't tell us everything. For one thing, there's a lot of things that got to be secret if they're going to work. I mean, I think we've seen that. Because if he tells people, somebody's going to run and fuck it up. He can't tell people what he's up to entirely. Yeah, well, yeah. See, the thing is, he can't tell he can't. I think it bothers him, though. Like I said, he's got some weird little tells that I can tell that it bothers him, that he can't say what he wants to say, because he knows how it will be used. It will be misused. And I can agree with that. I know what that is like. I've watched it be misused. Everybody's got that right now. I think they're trying to turn everybody against everybody. Mm-hmm. I think they're trying to turn everybody against each other. So I think we've got to be very, very careful. Whether believing entirely in anybody, how many times have I said, I won't put all my eggs in one basket? There is no one person that can handle this. It's going to take all of us. There is no one person that's going to turn the ship around. There's some people that are helping a lot, but it's going to take all of us to turn this ship around and get it going to a friendly port, shall we say. What, silly? Oh, he's got the midnight rips. He must tear crazily around the place and chase things that nobody can see. What you seeing, baby? You chasing fairies? Okay, you chase them. You know how they get when they're running around the place madly. Oh yeah, well, we were talking about that spider bite. The problem with Iran is the leaders, not the people. People of Iran want their country back. They were as modern as us back in the 50s and 60s. Then this guy comes in and ganks their country, sends them back to the Stone Ages. They want their country back. They've been tortured enough. The Iranian people do not want that leadership. They do not want that. Matter of fact, I saw a clip of a girl who was saying she can hear the bombs. You could hear the bombs dropping behind her, saying, I can hear the bombs. I want you to know that we, the Iranian people, wanted this. And if I die, don't you dare use my death as a reason to stop, as a reason to argue to stop bombing, as a reason to argue to stop this, because we want this. We're tired of being oppressed. You know what? And I could tell from the tiredness in her voice. And it's something that I would probably say, look, live free or die, kind of. It's either I want to be free or I want to just die now. That's it. I do not want to live in oppression anymore. A lot of us were feeling that way under Biden. It's like, look, I'm ready to go. This is intolerable. A lot of us were beginning to feel that, like, you guys, if this is all we're getting, I don't want to be here anymore. If this is the best you can do. What I'm seeing on the Kamala timeline, and there is a Kamala timeline, we've already had World War III, and it's horrible. It's falling apart. The place is already radioactive in a lot of places. I've seen that timeline. It's a lost timeline. Truly. Very frightening. And when I think of how close we came to that timeline, they almost had their way. But see, there were enough of us to slide it back the other way. Don't worry, we win in the end. Oh, surely Allah. Oh. Yeah. No, like I said, the Abrahamic religions all have problems. There are even some Christians. There's some branches of Christianity that are very fundamental, and the fundamentalists are crazy mostly. When I hear fundamentalist, I hear nuts, complete nuts, religious nutballs, because that's usually what it is. Because there are Christians that believe almost the same thing, that they got to make the world horrible so that Jesus will, like I was saying, TikTok, God, you're not moving fast enough. We're waiting. And they think they're going to do stuff to bring God, to call him like he's some kind of errand boy. Okay, well, if God isn't coming, then we're going to do stuff to call God to make God, to force God to come. He has to come if things are bad enough, right? I've heard some Christians say stuff like that. The Abrahamic religions, it comes from that area of the world. I'm telling you, when it comes right down to it, they're going to find out a lot of things they didn't want to know when they find out what was really going on in that area of the world. People are going to find out a lot that is going to shock the living shit out of them. And they won't like it. Hmm. Yeah. The the Abrahamic religions are basically Muslims, Jews, and Christians. Who's always at war in the world with somebody, and usually over, well, claiming the same thing. We're people of peace. There's something weird about that. Now, you know what? Though every belief, people modify it to fit their themselves. And so there are people who really took what Jesus, like I said, there are people who worship the messenger and completely ignore the message. Did you get the message? You know, he came to deliver a message. Or are you just going to worship the messenger? So, hi, Woo. Well, like I said, I wouldn't say all Muslims, but I would say the fundamentalists. Pretty much, yeah. I hate to say it, but there there's a lot of derangement there. Religiously deranged people are the scariest kind. Yeah, that's because it's probably YouTube is probably seeing it as a lot of hate speech. What's been going on with me? Oh, well, I've been getting some stuff done. I have been working, interestingly enough, on learning to animate, learning to use some of these AI apps to help me get some stuff done. I'm working on my channel, Frugal B1TCH, but I may change the name to Pragmatic because I think there is a need for people to know how to do things like cook. People have forgotten how to do simple survival things like shop efficiently, like cook, like be able to do things in a way that, like for instance, I am glad every day that I know how to cook. It saves me so much money. I got myself like as an example, I got myself corned beef, head of organic cabbage, And then I got some sausage too, like two for $8. Really good link sausage, not links. Is it like kielbasa, like smoked sausage? And, uncured natural sausage. And then I got some cream cheese and stuff to make cheesecake with. And really, I have enough for meals with I have meals worth of food. Um, I didn't spend that much because I cooked. I made like a $50. It would easy if I ate out be $50 for a meal that probably cost me. What would it be with? I made a whole cheesecake for right around $6. The roast that I got, or the corned beef I got, was about 14, and that'll be several meals. And then the cabbage wasn't that expensive either. It's like it's not really that expensive if you know what you're doing. You can make like a $50 meal for like under 10, and actually have more left. Actually, I maybe spent on all of those groceries altogether, spent what it would be, and it will be several meals for um, what you'd spend for one night out eating out. And I know what's in it, and it's safe, and it's better quality. A lot of it is organic, and much better quality, higher quality than I could get out. I'm very thankful for that skill. I think people need to develop these skills. Fermentation, people need to understand fermentation. Glyphosate is a big problem. It turns out that fermentation degrades glyphosate and makes it safer. So if it gets into your food and you ferment that food, it's going to help break down the glyphosate so it doesn't hurt you. People need to know these things. People need to know that if you want to keep yourself free of colds and flu, there's certain things you need to do. If I haven't had a cold or flu since COVID. Turns out I'm right. The more they find out about COVID, the more it resembles some kind of synthetic parasite. And I said, somehow, because the antiparasitics work against it. It's based on some kind of parasite, some kind of synthetic parasitic thing. That's why the horse paste works. I could get in trouble for saying that, I know. But sometimes you just got to be obvious. If everything that works on it is antiparasitic, there's something parasitic about it. And you know what? I think they use the small parasites. I think the small parasites are used by the big parasites to control us. Here's another wild claim, right? That's my suspicion. The big parasites use the small parasites to control us. Birds of a feather, and so to speak. Ah, isn't that great? I made wonderful corned beef. Yeah, I love corned beef. Silverside? No, we don't call it silverside. I didn't know that was a term for it. Wow. Really woo. Yeah, mine gets simmered for a long time. Your son came back with root veggies and we Hey, Lee Freeman, how you doing? Right. That's what I'm saying. I need to get the like I said, frugal. I was calling her frugal, B1TCH. I think I'm going to call her pragmatic. It's more accurate. But honestly, I need to give people some skills. I'm glad every day I know how to do things. Yeah, I can make a cheesecake. I can make a cheesecake in the oven on my own, relatively simple ingredients. No having to put it in a water bath or any bullshit. And it's still a cheesecake and it's still delicious. And I made one yesterday and I made one for, it might have cost me $6 for the ingredients. I have a whole cheesecake. I flavored it with vanilla and matcha and some cardamom. Ooh. And some ginger. A little bit of ginger. It smelled so good. Ooh, it smelled so good. And it tasted so good. It's so hard not to eat half of it, you know? It's like. And it's hard to pull it out of the oven and let it cool down because you got to let it cool down at least an hour. And it's like, oh, that smells good. Oh, that smells good. It smells so good. And the corned beef and cabbage is like wafting through the air, like, whoa. And it was delicious, really. And actually, I overcooked the cabbage a little bit and it became soup. But cabbage soup is really good. Cabbage soup, cabbage corned beef soup. So some of it kind of shredded into the cabbage, and it made the best soup. Cabbage corned beef soup is delicious. And then I had sandwiches. So I'm really happy with that. It was wonderful. Yeah, tomorrow I'm going to have, and I had honey mead. I made mead. I made my own mead. So I had, listen to this. What would you pay for this? Corned beef and cabbage with cabbage soup. And I had a little bit of sausage on the side too. Then I had this lovely cheesecake, fresh cheesecake, and I had home brewed mead, ginger mead. You know, and I was sitting there thinking, I'm eating better than some royalty here because I know how to cook. And I took these ingredients. It didn't cost me nearly what, like I said, probably all of them together cost me about what it would be to have just one meal out. And I have more left. I have all kinds of leftovers. I can have it tomorrow and the next day. I can put it in the fridge and have it for in a few days. I have enough corned beef to slice into sandwiches or whatever. I can shred some of it into more soup. I have it for a while. I have, I'll make some potatoes and mashed potatoes and have it with mashed potatoes one night. And then, but meat I have, and it smells like flowers. Meat has that flowery smell. Oh, it's nice. And then fermenting is so good for your stomach, for healing your stomach. It's not that hard to ferment stuff. So I feel like I need to do this. I need to teach people how to do this. Heaps of delusional people in the UFO world. Well, yeah. Um, a good pavlova. I'm not sure what pavlova is. Have you made a I don't know what it is. Hey, cult of psyche. Well, once you added tomatoes, he understood. Well, it got chunky. Ah, okay. Yeah, I got mine for about 14 bucks on sale. I got the cabbage, the organic cabbage on sale too, because around here they have sales around St. Pat's Day. It's the only time I get a chance to eat it is when they have the sales. Usually I don't have it though, but it was really good, man. Um, what about organics and GMOs? Organic for me. Sorry. And if I see bioengineered on a label, I take it back and complain. And so far, the only, like, among cakes, make cake mixes and stuff, Duncan Hines is the only one that doesn't have that crap in it. Everybody else does. And some of the smaller companies. But the big companies, they all have the GMOs and the bioengineered, and that's not good for you. Um, you can't be perfect, though. It's very hard to be perfectly free of all of the poisons and toxins and stuff that we're surrounded with in our world, but you can choose to be better. And if you're very careful, you can get yourself what you need. I mean, we're lucky because we have a Marks and we have a, but moreover, Aldi's. Oh my goodness. I don't know what I'd do without Aldi's. Aldi's has a lot of organic food and a lot cheaper than most places. Silverside, well, I'll have to remember that. Like in Ireland, mashed potatoes are called race. Kimchi. Well, you know that's the thing about fermenting. Oh my God, Bill Gates and printed meat and fake butter, sludge butter. God, somebody's got to do something about Bill Gates. He needs an orange jumpsuit stat. Oh, it's basically meringue. Oh, I can make meringue. I'll look it up. Pavlova, it sounds like some kind of salivary experiment. Remember Pavlov's dogs? Hi Desiree, how you doing? I'm fine. MSG, or oh, meringue. Yeah, meringue. Aldi's is great. Oh my goodness, Aldi's is great. You know what? Anytime you ferment, you're doing yourself a favor. And it's not hard to ferment food. Yeah, try to go to the farmer, try to go to farmers markets, find yourself something like an Aldi's. You can get better food. You don't have the mass produced stuff is not safe. there can be like hundreds of sprays on one piece of fruit. Like I guess peaches are really sprayed to death. And did you know? Now this really blows my mind. I used to love McDonald's fries. My dad would come home with McDonald's fries, and we'd be like, "Oh, McDonald's fries!" And they used to be real good. But now I found that if I have McDonald's fries, I'll get heartburn. If I have anything from McDonald's, I'll get heartburn. But it's specifically the fries, and I thought, gee, the fries would be safe. No, they're not. Turns out they have to be perfect potatoes. They grow special potatoes. And they poison them real good to make sure they don't have any spots on them. They're GMO to grow nice and big and white, and they're sprayed within an inch of their life with a lot of toxic stuff. People have to spray them and wear hazmat suits to spray them, and somehow it's not safe when it's being sprayed on it, but when it's time to make it into food to feed us, it's perfectly safe to eat that stuff. I'm like, what? You're telling me that this is not getting into the fiber of the plant? No wonder. And when I was homeless and I had to eat at a soup kitchen, something would happen to my mind afterwards. It was like I would get so swimmy, my head would just swim, my head would just be like, what in the hell's wrong with me? And I realized it would only happen when I would eat there. It's like, what are they putting in this food? Then I realized it was probably just the food, because I won't buy stuff that's crap. Probably just food, like everybody else does. And I'm thinking, does everybody else have this and they just don't know it because it's normal for them? It seems normal because this is what they normally eat. But this is the way people are. Now I could see why that would cause a lot of problems, because I was not myself when I ate there. I'd come out of there like my friend Paul picked me up to maybe go shopping or something, and I'd be like, holy cow, Paul, I feel so weird. I might need some help. I'm like, what did they do to the food? It's probably just food, but it's probably just not good food. It probably just can loosely be called food. I'm so glad at least we got somebody who's working on the food situation, but RFK, I don't know how much he's really going to be able to get done. I mean, we got things so messed up. I've heard that too, Louis. Yeah, I don't trust McDonald's food one bit. I won't eat it now. Haven't eaten it in years. Been much happier. I won't eat McDonald's. As a matter of fact, I haven't had fast food, and the only fast food I've had that you couldn't even really consider it fast food. It's express food, but it's Chinese food from a Chinese restaurant I know that doesn't use MSG, doesn't use the extra MSG. They know how to actually season food. And I told you about MSG. I did a show on MSG, on glutamate. It wasn't on MSG, it was on GABA. If you're going to have glutamate, you need GABA if you want to be normal. Because we're not meant to be in sympathetic mode all the time. We need to engage the parasympathetic system. And when you've got glutamate driving, you're in sympathetic fight or flight all the time because glutamate is the gas. GABA is the brake. Just remember it like that. So you can always type in what foods contain GABA, GABA, and what foods contain glutamate. Or aid, assist in the creation of GABA. But it turns out fermenting food pretty much nerfs everything. It nerfs the lectins in it. A lot of the food the problem is the lectins. On top of everything else, you've got lectins, and then you've got the horrible stuff that people do to food. Gluten-free food. You never choose gluten-free food. Yeah. Okay, well. Yeah, Aldi's is always nice. They're always really nice. Oh, Indian bread. Yeah. Sounds good. If you learn how to ferment, you can ferment nearly anything. Here's something. Fermenting will pretty much nerf the gluten. That's right. That's why there's sourdough. Everybody's interested in sourdough. It nerfs the gluten. So if you get yourself some sourdough starter or make yourself some, I made my own sourdough starter. I have it right in there. I have sourdough starter. I can make bread with sourdough. It not only does it pretty much take care of the lectins, which are the plant toxins that every plant produces, but it also nerfs the gluten. So if you get something sprouted, like I get sprouted spelt to make things with, sprouting nerfs the lectin. And then the starter, the sourdough starter, nerfs the gluten and the lectins more even. And if you get an ancient grain like spelt, I get sprouted spelt. Oh, it's great. It's not cheap, but it's great. It makes great bread. When I make something called fruitocalypse. This is all going to be on the Pragmatics channel. I'm going to teach you how to ferment. Easy fermenting, easy cheesecake, easy everything. I'm going to make a cookbook that's also going to have instructions on how to cook and how to shop. I'm going to have a cookbook and everything. I've already started collecting easy recipes and recipes to help you get through whatever. If you have a food allergy, to help you work around it. I'm getting this all together now. I'm working on that. That's what I've been working on. Because people need it. Yeah. Good people, good food, right? Yeah, I'm afraid that I'm kind of afraid of that too, that they've been sneaking people meat into the meat in various places. I wouldn't doubt it. buy chocolate ripple biscuits. I don't know what that is. Biscuits are cookies here. I think what you're calling a biscuit is what we call cookies here. Like we have chocolate chip cookies that are awesome. I would be making my own. I have learned, and it takes time. Thing is, I've been sleeping a lot too. I've been healing up. I have been healing a lot. So I know that I'm sleeping because I'm healing. That's part of it. And part of it is by my dreams, I can tell I'm off on other quests in other dimensions. Right. Yeah. You mean like buttermilk? Yeah, buttermilk is good. Fermented food will help you a lot, really. If you can find something that's fermented, but here's the thing. Here in the States, I don't know how it is everywhere else, but here in the States, all too often, they'll give you some fermented food, and then you'll read, and it'll have preservative in it, and that ruins it. If it has any kind of preservative in it. And then they'll give you something like cider, or offer you something like cider, which is actually very good for you, and it'll have sodium benzoate in it, which is very not good for you. And you know, Jason loves cider, but he's been getting heartburn from it recently. I said, have you checked to see if it has sodium benzoate? And pickles? That's the worst. It has crap in it too. You've got to be very careful what's in pickles. Everything. You have to be careful what's in soup, canned soup. Campbell's soup has GMO and bioengineered crap in it. And all of like I said, I look on I'll find it on crackers, I'll find it in baked goods, bioengineer, bioengineered, bioengineered. Duncan Hines doesn't have GMO or bioengineered listed at all. At least they have to list it. Nobody who eats pickles from the jar. You don't do pickles down there? Or pickles from a jar? What do you eat them? How do you just make them? Because it's easy to make them. Pickles are easy to make. They're just so easy. I made pickled beets. Oh, pickled ginger beets. It's going to be one of my recipes. They're so good. Pickled ginger beets with ACV. Made with good old ACV. And they are delicious. I know, it's horrible. I learned to make my own food because I was sick a lot, and I had to figure out why and what would help it. That's how I learned. That's the reason I learned, is because me and several of my friends had issues, and so I learned so that I could leave. There was a time when I was so sick, I thought I was dying. It really several times. I've had it plenty of opportunity to cash out of here. We're having such a good discussion. I hate to end it, but you know what? It's really freaking late here. Like I said, I'm going to get myself an Elvira wig. It's 3:21 here. No lie. About Aldi's. Like what kind of stories? Aldi's has had a few mishaps, I know that. Aldi's had a few blunders. And I won't eat everything they got. But they will offer organic stuff. They're the cheapest place for organic milk. And I get my eggs from a farmer fresh. And I get my meat from a farmer, most of my meat, or from a reputable company. Laura's lean is actually good. I haven't had any bad effects from that brand, Laura's, but it's not cheap. But they do have sales on it. But yeah, and they now have this wonderful uncured sausage, which means unsickened. Curing is a really disgusting process. Ah, that's too bad. Yeah, their veggies are much more real, fresh veggies. However, here, the garlic comes from China. I was mind blown. I won't touch it. You got to be careful. They get their garlic from China, but you can at least get organic bananas and organic avocados and organic berries. And then I go to Myers. We got a good Myers here. We can get organic mushrooms. We can get um, a pretty good deal on kefir. If you can get a hold of kefir, that will help your stomach a lot. If you ever have stomach problems, that will help you a lot. Kefir. Or anything that is fermented that does not have preservatives is good for you. Absolutely going to help you. Going to help your gut biome. And you know what? If you have a strong gut biome and a healthy gut biome, the rest of you is going to be much more healthy too. It will help you fight off the flu and colds and anything else that tries to get into you. Those little gut biome guys in there doing their work will save your life. Garlic, yeah, is just so easy to grow. Oh, you got a neighbor. Oh, lucky you. We had, that bird flu thing going through the States here. Eggs got so expensive. But I can get farm fresh eggs for 5 a dozen now. I can get duck eggs here. Duck eggs are even better. I don't know if you've ever had duck eggs. I prefer duck eggs, actually. Now, the interesting thing is, hens eat pretty much anything. They'll eat vegetables and they'll eat bugs, but ducks mostly just eat bugs. So their eggs are very rich, high protein. Oh, I've grown them. Oh, duck eggs are lovely, but I don't boil them. I get myself some nice organic ground pork. And I season my own pork sausage because I don't trust the sausage seasonings. They're nasty. So I season up my own ground pork, which is pretty cheap. You can get ground pork at Aldi's pretty cheap, like $3.50 a pound or something. And you can season it up really good, and then I make a nice patty of that, and I make a nice, easy, like runny egg out of the duck egg for the top of it, and let the yolk run all over it. It's delicious. And it's almost pure protein. And it's really good. Yeah. Oh, you don't like pork? Mm. Not everybody eats pork. I didn't eat it for a long time either. I didn't eat pork for a long time. I will get it from a farm though. I won't get it out. I won't get it from a regular place. Well, then you do love pork. Sorry. I get ground pork and I season it up myself to be sausage because I like to know what exactly is in that fucking seasoning because they put all kinds of weird stuff in there, including MSG a lot of times. And I won't use it. So I'll season it up. I have all kinds of wonderful seasonings at my place. I can make much better sausage than I can buy out of fresh pork, out of fresh ground pork, which is how sausage is made anyway. And I do love bacon. A pata pata, that's right. Butter is good for you. Butter is absolutely 100% good for you. You should not be afraid of butter. You know what? And my doctor, she just about had a cow when I told her because my blood panel's perfect. I never have high cholesterol or anything, or high sugar or anything. I never have any of that. And I have eggs and bacon almost every day, or eggs and pork, or eggs and sausage, or eggs and. I have it every day. And she's like, "We need to take your." I said, "You already took my blood. Take a look." And she looks at it, and she's like, she's so confused. I said, "See, the problem is with blood clots and stuff, cholesterol. Cholesterol is good. Keeps you from bleeding out. It's what scabs are made of. Why is there a scab inside a vein? Because there's a wound inside there. Why is there a wound inside there? Because free radicals made it. So guess what? If you avoid the free radical damage, you avoid having any problem. And the cholesterol does not need to gather in your system, and the cholesterol just makes its way out. It just does its job like it's supposed to do, and then makes its way out of your body. And there's no high anything. And you don't get blood clots. It's just, you don't do it. If you don't have the damage, you're not going to get a clot. But if you get a clot, it's because you had damage inside your veins. That is the mechanism, period. And when I said that, she looked at me like I had three heads at first because they're not expecting anybody to know that. And she hadn't even probably thought of it herself because they teach them kind of goofy at medical school these days. And she looks at me and she's just like, well, if it's working for you, and it's like, oh yes, well, you see the results. I said, yeah, I'm very proactive because, of course, I've been sick a long time. I want to get well. Yeah, I studied. I studied and studied and studied. I've studied this stuff. And I've done extracurricular type studies. Not not the kind that just with your nose in the book. This is like I've talked to old farmer people who don't get sick. I've talked to people who've lived a long time. I've talked to people who do alternative health practices. I've talked to all kinds of people and see what really works. I've got a good friend who's a Reiki, who's Reiki master, Mr. Alternative, right there. Um, I've had a lot of people into alternative medicine that I know, and I've gleaned some really good information from there. There's a cure for cancer, by the way. There's many cures for cancer, by the way. There's always been cures for cancer. Always. They've always been around. But cancer is lucrative. That's the reason why it's allowed to proliferate. It's very lucrative. I and most of my friends do Reiki here. Why? Reiki translates as being God's love. It's energy direct from God. Why? Reiki? No, it doesn't, dear. No. Woo is the dawn of dawns. If you don't woo, you won't poo. Is that some kind of tongue twister? Reiki or disposition? No, they're not. That's not what Reiki is. Who told you that? That's not even close. Reiki is a natural ability. It's natural energy. It's energy that we're supposed to have. We're supposed to have that faucet turned on. It doesn't have anything to do with spirits. You don't call on any spirits or anything. You can start the Reiki. I accidentally started the Reiki process in my cat. She Reiki'd me. You know, there are even animals that can do Reiki. It's just a natural thing. What? It's a collective word for what? No, it's not. Reiki literally means God's love. It is a flow of energy. It is a flow of energy. I'm telling you, it is. And it can make you very, very healthy. Everybody I know who uses Reiki is very healthy. Vibrantly healthy. It can make you vibrantly healthy. You don't have to kill anything or sell your soul for anything. You don't have to do any of that. Like I said, dogs and cats can do Reiki. Animals can do Reiki. They used to teach Reiki in public schools. Yeah. They changed the curriculum. They used to teach it in public schools. I've had Paul on here to talk about it. He can tell you the whole history.
It was just a natural thing. It's natural healing. It has nothing to do with demons. But, each must make their own decisions on that. But as they're calling it Reiki because that's what brought it up again. But actually, it was taught here in the States for a long, long time. That's the real history. Now, are there people abusing it? I don't know. Are there people using it in conjunction with demons? Maybe. I haven't run into them. I haven't run into those people. It seems to be one of the things that can't be misused. Reiki is like one of the few things that you can't misuse because it has no weapon application as far as I know. I suppose if you wanted to start a fire, there are some people who have developed it to such a high level that they have actually been able to start a fire to keep themselves warm with it. I hear, I've never met anybody who's actually done that, but I hear that it is possible. But it's sort of like magnetism. Sort of like magnetism and anything else that flows. Electricity, magnetism, and Reiki is a type of bioenergy. But, you don't have to believe me. Okay. That's because there's nothing wrong with it. Literally. We can't see any harm in it. Nobody has ever been harmed that I've ever run into by Reiki. That's why we defend it, is because it's one of the few things that's completely defensible. Nobody's been hurt by it. I've never known a Reiki master that had hurt a fly. That's ever hurt anybody or been hurt by it. That's why we defend it. Not because we're being ordered to defend it. Matter of fact, when I first started, it was kind of, gee, I'm like, I wonder if that would work. Wonder what that is. And I was kind of ambivalent, but it's like the more I see, the more it's like, I don't know anybody. I don't see any way to misuse it. It's okay though. If you don't want it, you don't want it. You don't have to have it. You're free. Be free. Take what resonates. Be free. It's helped me a lot though. I was pretty sick. You guys don't know how bad off I was. I was so sick at one time I thought I was dying. My ankles were as big as my thighs. That's how swollen. It was horrible. I was being poisoned. And it really wrecked me. I was in a bad accident, and then I was poisoned on top of it. I don't know how I lived through it.
I really, I had to have been divinely protected or I would have died. That's the only thing I can say. If I hadn't been divinely protected, I would have been dead. And that led me on my path of healing. Probably it could be there's a lot we don't agree on, but that doesn't mean I don't respect you, Spider Bite. And I respect your beliefs and you keep doing what works for you. Like, I got friends who are vegans, raw vegans. I can't be a raw vegan. I tried it. It doesn't work for me at all. But I tell them, if it's working for you, be a raw vegan. If that's helping you, be a raw vegan. If it doesn't help you, don't do that. Do something else. If it helps you to be a carnivore, or carnivore keto, be that. I'm more of a carnivore keto. That's what works for me. I lost 50 pounds with that. And I'm 68 years old. Well, here's another thing you got to remember. What you are looking for, you will eventually find. If you're looking for the good, you will find the good. If you're looking for the evil, you will find that too. If you're neutral, you might be able to see both sides of the equation. I was neutral for a long time. I try to stay neutral about a lot of things. Okay. Yeah, I haven't found anything bad about it yet. But like I said, I don't know, maybe I just know better people. Not one of them has mentioned anything about calling on any demons. Not one of them has mentioned any demons at all, in fact, or uses anything like that in their magic. I certainly don't. No, I'm very careful, actually. Life Path 33, I'm 7. Yeah. I'm 68 years old. And most people can't tell that I'm nearly 70. So something I'm doing is paid off. Um, but just not poisoning yourself. If you can't do anything else, just as much as possible, don't poison yourself anymore. Don't do any worse damage to yourself. I see people damage themselves so often, and they don't even know they're doing it. You can't be perfect, but you can be better. That's what I always say. You might not be able to have everything perfect, but you can have it better. But, if I hadn't gotten, yeah, I went to so many Reiki sessions. Yeah, I've never yet run into anybody speaking of any demons. I know somebody who's a full Reiki master and gives Reiki lessons. He never speaks of demons. Never. He's one of the most trustworthy people I know, too. And actually, if there were degrees for metaphysics, he'd have a wall full of PhDs. Because he's learned all kinds of things. So, he's quite a repository of knowledge. I have him on the show from time to time. He is almost in his 80s now, and he was running, 3 miles up until just the last few years. Now he's had to slow down a little bit, but he still, does all of his own work around the house. He's still real spry. He still goes on hikes all the time. He goes hiking all the time, every chance he gets. He's very healthy. You'd kind of wish to have that kind of health at that kind of age. So, well, thank you. Mm-hmm. He's all over Erica, Lionel Nation. What? Erica? Which Erica? Not Erica Kirk, are you? Talking about, I'm totally lost. Well, although, I have to admit, some days I swell, and some days I'm fine. And some days I swell up, and some days I'm fine. I'm still oscillating. But by and large, my ankles are ankles now. You can tell that they are ankles. But at one time, my ankles were thigh-sized. I mean, big. I could not hardly fit into a shoe. It was rough. But that's why I learned how to do the foods too. Another one is Z-Tox, zeolite. Zeolite that can go into your blood. It has to be micronized to go into your blood and clean your blood. But it's a blood cleaner. Zeolite. You have to get it from a good source, though. I recommend Regal zeolite. It's the only one I would trust. But zeolite is a cleaner. It absorbs and traps things, and then it takes it with it. So zeolite is very good for that. And then there's all kinds of things like that. I've just learned so much, and I'm going to pass it on. And when I do Pragmatic Show, I'm going to pass on that stuff because I try to pass it on here, but I realize I really need a show more dedicated to that because this really was more of a spiritual show, and what I'm going to try to bring up is more of a physical thing, how to stay alive, how to keep yourself alive, basically, how to keep yourself alive and get well. I want to help people do that. Just, with physical things like food, like environment. I very much recommend the frequency videos on YouTube. You can find some very good ones. Some of them are nothing. Some of them, I would even wonder if they're not harmful. But some of them are actually very good. Look at the reviews, like everything else. Shop with reviews, because some of them are great. I have found one I put in our posts. Please look there. I found one for pain that is serious business. It got rid of the pain. I'm not kidding. It really got rid of the pain. Because I had horrible pain. So there are some real good things on there. They're not all bullshit. Okay? And I am telling you, it's about frequency. That's all there really is. All we are is just movement, frequency, and vibration. That's a bunch of little bits moving. That's all there is. We're mostly air. We're mostly space. Not air, but space. Space between the electrons and stuff, and the protons and the, neutrons. We're mostly empty space. All it is a bunch of dancing particles. So once you get them to vibrate the right way, you've got it. You heal the problem. And there's lots of ways to do that, plenty of ways to do that. So you've got strictly physical, and then you've got vibrational therapy, and then you've got spiritual healing. So we have many tools at our disposal. You just have to take advantage of them. Anyway, it's really late here, and I love talking to you guys. Tuning forks, I am looking at tuning forks. Oh, yeah, the pain code, 55515. Yeah. The CIA has codes for everything, that's right. I knew that, although I forget that one sometimes. You're dying? What's it? Disperse. What, Dolly? What's going on? The pain relief situation. Okay. You can try this. 55515. Back in the day, I tried it and it wasn't working for me. I don't know why. But I have tried that one. On some pain, it was not working. But I have found, go to our posts, play the video, take a nap, wake up pain-free. That's what I did. And fibro pain is really bad. I had back pain like nobody's business. I will write it down so that I can check on some of this stuff later. Okay, it really is getting late. I want to help y'all, but it's been quite a night. Yeah, I tried that. For some reason, it wasn't working for me. I don't know why. I believe that it works for some people. I have heard people that swear it works, so I believe you. I have to send you my son's number. I have your number, Dolly. I'm pretty sure. Somewhere. I unblocked it so I could read it. If you want me to send you a message, I will. After the show. But I am always trying to help people. That's what I'm always doing, even when I'm not here and even when I'm not on. If I see something that I think is going to help somebody, I put it in our group post, in this channel's posts. And you can too. We have a group place where you can leave stuff. We do have a group area on this channel. If you have something that's going to help somebody, leave it there. Leave some information there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, even when I'm not around, I'm thinking of you guys all the time, what's going to help people. And one of the reasons I keep a channel is so I have somewhere to post what I can find. Because I think that's why I'm still around. Because I had plenty of chances to check out, but I know I have a purpose. I have a reason for being here. Still. Because there are plenty of times when I wanted to leave. And I could have left. But I know I still had a lot to do here. Somebody has to do it. Hey, Andrea. Okay. Your daughter wants an expensive quinceanera. What's a quinceanera? I'm very confused. I must be out of a loop on that. Huh? The secret code? Wore out your welcome? What are you talking about, Dolly? Oh. Yeah, you might need a GoFundMe page for that then. I practically need a GoFundMe page just to live anymore. I need a GoFundMe page to be able to afford a decent streaming service. Oh, a party. Fancy party. Oh my gosh, it's 4 o'clock in the morning, you guys. Look what you did. You kept me up till 4 in the morning, concerned about you. I love you guys. Okay, I'm sorry, but I gotta get some sleep at some point, okay? But definitely gonna be keeping you informed about what's going on. Please look at my posts in our group posts. In the community section of this channel, please look at that stuff and go into the community section and leave your comments, leave stuff you want us to know. Okay. Take care. And yeah. No, Dolly and I tease each other. You're okay. Oh my goodness. There's a lot of chat here. Wore out your welcome with Microsoft. Hmm. Okay. Well, love you. Take care. Take what resonates, leave the rest. You don't have to believe what I say, but I have to say what I say because I feel like it might help somebody. It's the reason I'm doing it. Okay. Till next time, remember, truth is wherever you find it. Truth is where you find it. Might be right in front of your face, or it might be hiding. But the trick is knowing when you find it. Hope you're always finding some here. And remember that you are divine. You have a spark of God. And that's important to remember. You're not nobody. Okay? And you're not powerless. Okay, love you.